more rage.
Okay, chat. We are gaming.
I'm out of range. I can't do that.
Kim, where are you? Up on the game view.
It's too far away. I can't do that. Not ready yet. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. It's too far away. I can't do that. More rage.
Hi. Sorry, big.
I'm out of range.
Hi.
Ah.
doing, huh, bro? Come on, man.
I am honored.
So,
Peace be with you.
That's all I got for you. You get some. Okay.
Not enough rage.
Rock funny sounds. count. Make sure it doesn't die, or else.
was confused. I was like. Weekly.
Sorry, chat. Just grabbing my meal. Got the corned beef or silver side, and vegetables, potatoes, carrots. Got bay leaf in it, onion, I think cabbage or lettuce. Don't know what that is. Cabbage. But I like to reheat it in the air fryer because it makes the silver side or the corned beef makes it nice and crispy, sort of like dehydrates it, like sort of turns into jerky. But I just don't like using the microwave because it's like radiation. But I had like the soup with the vegetables, so I didn't really dehydrate. I dehydrate one side of the corned beef, but not the other side. But it's still nice.
What do you think, chat?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I'm on stream at the moment.
Oh,
Alright.
sorry.
Alright, where you going? Mmm. Oh, sorry, chat. Didn't even realize my webcam was blocked.
get closer.
Greetings. Be careful. My goods are of the highest quality. Illuminate your path. Vishnu Allah. Till next we meet.
My goods are of the highest quality.
Vishnu Allah.
How may I help? Be careful.
Greetings. How may I help?
I am honored. Elune Adore. May the stars guide you.
assist you? Farewell.
What brings you here? Be careful. Ishnu-Allah. Del Nadras.
My goods are of the highest quality.
Feel free to browse. Good luck, Ishnu-Allah. Farewell. Hello. Goddess watch over you.
I'm out of range.
And next up is Warrior. Warrior is a really hard class level, and you want to be really careful when you're pulling things. So you want to ranged pull stuff a lot, which means throwing weapons are really good. And people don't know this, but you can train throwing weapons at level 1. You just need 10 silver, and you can train them from the Gnome in Ironforge or the Troll in Ogremar. For some reason, people think throw weapons are bad, but they can actually be more damage than ranged weapons. It's just they don't have any stats on them. But at low levels, you're really only going to be missing out on like 1 stam or something like that. Usually find throwing weapons on general goods vendors. And next up is Warrior. Warrior is a really hard class level, and you want to be really careful when you're pulling things. So you want to ranged pull stuff a lot, which means throwing weapons are really good. And people don't know this, but you can train throwing weapons at level 1. You just need 10 silver, and you can train them from the
Oh, you too. Where you going home? You work today, eh? Alright.
Picture.
No, he can't have got 129,000.
One. You want the AUL.
Yeah.
You can. You want as square as
Right.
that elbow driving behind it.
But I wish you and I talked a little bit longer before you put that crown on my head. Lord, forgive me, yeah, I don't wanna go.
Classic right here. It's absolutely. You heard this before? I think it is. Walk. I don't even understand how the fuck my plug talk. Pick him up in a space coupe. I don't let my plug walk. Skirt pull up in a space. New freak had to cut my other little bitch off. Ooh. Classic right here.
Alright, greetings ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another World of Warcraft Classic Guide. Today I'm going to do a hardcore warrior leveling guide. This is going to be a retrospective of sorts. I just completed the challenge last week on this character here, 1 to 60 with no deaths. And I have a lot of information in my mind that's fresh, that I'm dying to get out to you guys before I forget it. Because I'm a goldfish, I tend to just forget things almost immediately. So I learned a great deal playing this guy. I had a ton of fun playing this guy. And today I'm just going to share with you my thoughts on talents, specs, you know, has your stance changed on anything, professions, weapon progression, all that stuff. We're just trying to blast through it. And I could probably sit here for the next 3 hours and talk about all this stuff in great detail. But I'm just going to try to blast through it just so I can get something out there on paper, even just for myself, you know, for future reference. Because I probably at one point want to level a warrior. Again, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. So thank you for joining me, guys. Let's get right into it. 1 to 60, hardcore warrior, retrospective. I'm going to talk about just general warrior stuff now. Is warrior as hard as they say it is? And it isn't fun. Warrior is extremely fun. It is extremely fun. The damage is satisfying. You have some of the coolest abilities in the game, like charge. It's flashy. The stance dancing. You can tank. You can DPS. You do pretty insane damage, honestly. Like, I do feel like they, at least at certain stages of the game, you do more damage than even the rogue that I leveled on hardcore a few months back. But the condition that makes warrior fun is that you have to kind of know classic pretty well. Like, if you're a new player and you play warrior, you might be thinking to yourself, Hargos, what do you mean fun? This is not fun at all. It's like extremely. And you're probably right. Warrior, at least in the hardcore community, and just maybe just in general, is seen as kind of like the creme de la creme, ultimate challenge as far as leveling classes go. It's a class that really will test your knowledge of the game. But if you have been playing the game like a sweaty gremlin like myself for so many years now, it's exciting, right? Because it's all the stars come together, it all aligns. You have to know about weapon progression, rooting, which quests are going to be a non-starter, which quests are going to be possible. You know how to pull, know how to know how to escape, know how to disengage, know how to evaluate little things like what's the mob's armor, what's the mob's level, what's my level, what's my weapon skill, what weapon do I have right now? Like, is there any guards I can kite this guy to, or I don't know. There's so many things to consider, and it makes it so much fun and exciting. So, the warrior, it is the most challenging class. It's not rocket science. You don't need to be Neil deGrasse Tyson to level a warrior to 60. But it's more challenging than the other classes in a hardcore environment. You don't have self-healing. You're the most gear-dependent out of any class in the game. You don't have an escape. You don't have a banish. You don't have a feign death. You don't have a pet to absorb damage. You'll almost die multiple times an hour at certain stages, even if you do everything right. And you could just get unlucky and still die. But with that in mind, it is extremely fun, and it's probably the most fun class to watch as well, just because people know how much of a struggle it can be. So yeah, there's that. Okay, so that's my take on warrior. So now we're gonna move into just some more general stuff about warrior. I love these specs. All 3 of them are fantastic. There's so many great talents here. You could sit here for the next 3 hours and talk about each talent in detail. I found, like, I respect a bunch of times on this journey to 60, and I just found reasons to love, like, almost every single talent point. And you'll find people that are really passionate about arms, passionate about fury, and it's a great time. Even stuff that I didn't think would feel good. Stuff like this, booming voice, feels amazing, a lot better than I thought it would feel. I tried Unbridled Wrath, I tried Imp Demo Shot, I tried pretty much all the talents out, and I wish I had time to get through all of them and talk about each one at length, but we won't have time for that today. So what I will say is that this is something I wish I knew at the start. Arms doesn't have to be the slow two-handed spec and the slow two-handed spec only. Fury doesn't have to be the fast one-handed spec, fast one-handed dual-wield spec only. Prot doesn't have to be just sword and board. You can dual-wield Fury, you can two-hand Fury, you can dual-wield arms, you can two-hand arms. There are so many ways to build the car. And your weapons, if you're playing on solo self-found, playing on hardcore rules, are your guiding light here. If you're playing normally, the weapons still are your guiding light. It's the most important factor, but you can use the auction house and stuff, right? But your weapons, the weapons you obtain change everything else underneath it. That's like the priority. That's the priority. That's like the hierarchy. You get a weapon, and you go, okay, let me look at this weapon. You know, okay, 3/6. Let me look at the damage range, and it really will affect your damage rotation. What abilities you prioritize. There's not one set damage rotation for warrior, because there's too many things to consider. How high health the mob is, how low it is, what the fight time is, you know, what level the mob is. Does it have high armor? Does it have low armor? You know, how fast your weapon is, how slow your weapon is, what spec you are, what talents you have. There's just, to say this is the rotation ABC, it doesn't really make sense. And once you play a warrior, you'll see what I mean. But I guess that's the point I'm trying to drive home. Your weapons are your guiding light, and you know, don't think that if you are arms and you get like a sick one-hander that you just go, oh man, too bad. You know, I'm arms, I have to use my two-hander. You know, like too bad. Or maybe I have to respec Fury in order to use it. You can absolutely make it work. So the other thing I'm going to say is that you'll find people that are very, very passionate. They're either in the arms camp and they're like, yo, arms all the way while leveling. There's people in the Fury camp, Fury all the way while leveling. Now, if you're playing on a PvP server, things change. You know, if you're Alliance or Horde, things change. What level range, things change. My only contribution to this discussion would be this. I think that these specs shine at different leveling stages. Most of the time, it's not that serious if you're playing the game normally. You just kind of like beat your head against the keyboard and eventually get 60. It's all good. People don't really care that much. But in hardcore, you only have one life. So and post 40, you have all the gold in the world to respec. You have tons of gold because there's nothing to spend your gold on after getting your mount. So for certain level ranges, to just improve your power level a little bit, you could tactically respec at that point. So there is a lot of information to go over here. I'm kind of overwhelmed, but let me just try to chip away at it. I feel like arms, if I had to do it all over again, would be my generally preferred path, all the way up. I love tactical mastery and anger management. That's these talents right here, the ability to retain your rage when you swap stances. Playing without those is possible, and if you're just going to be solo and you're not going to do dungeons, you don't really need tactical mastery and anger management that much. But having those, you definitely feel a massive difference in rage. And if you do plan to tank a dungeon, tanking a dungeon without tactical mastery is one of the few things that actually felt exceptionally bad and stuck out and was like, wow, this feels really clunky and pretty bad. So I would probably level up his arms up until mid to late 40s. At that point, the mobs are too chunky. You're too weak. Mortal Strike, Sweeping Strikes combo that you had. You know, that was so powerful in the early 40s is starting to fall off. You can't sustain through two mobs banging on you. So at that point, I would probably transfer over to Fury. It may make tanking dungeons a bit more problematic, you know, 40 plus, but what I would say is I would just respec prot for those dungeons. Just to be safe anyway, then just go back to Fury after. But I would either two-handed Fury or dual-wield Fury. Fury is going to give you higher single target damage, generally speaking, right? Generally speaking. Less explosive damage, though, because you charge in there as arms and you get a couple overpowers. You get, you know, Mortal Strike hits like a truck, man. You know, you get a Mortal Strike crit or two, or just even just one. I mean, the mob's dead. Overpower crit, Mortal Strike crit is dead. So you have more explosive damage with arms, but you have lower sustain. And I think Fury has higher single target damage more consistently over time. But you definitely feel the sustain from Bloodthirst. And another thing, like a little thing that I noticed is that I was thinking, okay, with the slow two-hander, there's no way I'm gonna get good value out of my Bloodthirst charges. Somehow you tear through, man. I think your Whirlwind and anything you hit the mob with will consume that charge. So
It's too far away.
Anyway, that's a quick aside. So that's how to go in hindsight. I would level arms up until mid 40s, until I got a Thrash Blade or a Resurgence Rod or something. Or even IBS, and then I would respec Fury. I want to say more on the talent, but it's just going to take too long. What I will say is that I don't think any of these talents are trash. I really, really do believe, in my heart of hearts, that all these talents, pretty much, Even stuff like Imp Thunderclap. I saw a dude, Big Brain Warrior, playing hardcore the other day, and he went into great detail. I don't want to get into exactly what he was saying, but he went into great detail on why he likes Imp Thunderclap. He was dual wield, and he was going into, he was just showing me in practice how much rage he was getting. He had the rage to spend on T-Clap. He liked T-Clap. There's a lot to discuss with these talents, even stuff like Emperor Strike. You know, some people who want to, it's going to take too long to get through them all, but just know that no matter how you do it, whether your arms or fury, you can make it work, and it feels pretty damn good. The other thing that kind of stuck out as feeling bad, though, was leveling his prot. I had high hopes for this. I was in my mind, I was thinking, yo, a penny saved is a penny earned, right? So after I tanked Sunken Temple and went prot, I was like, you know what, let me just hang in there on prot, because I'm going to do BRD soon, and I don't want to respec again. So I went out there and I tried the shield slam stuff and concussive blow it. It felt pretty terrible. You can still do it, but it took too long, and it ultimately was like, yes, I'm mitigating damage, but the fight is taking so long that it just wasn't even in the same ballpark as Fury or Arms, you know? So, there's that. Let me look at the talents as well and see if there's anything else that stands out. Axe spec, polearm spec, these are fantastic, right? Out of all the specializations, weapon specializations, these are my favorites. I love, like, you get kind of addicted to crit as a warrior. You know, you're getting world buffs, you're getting maybe a Songflower or something, you get 5% crit from this, you get 5 from Cruelty, you get Elixir of the Mongoose. It's so fun to see the crits. The crits sound good, they feel good, they're flashy. So polearm spec's kind of slept on. It's basically the same as axe specialization. So there's that. You guys know about Sweeping Strikes, Mortal Strike, really good. Deep Wounds in a hardcore environment can be a liability. Makes a bit of a stronger case for Fury too. You can go Arms and skip Deep Wounds, Impale, if you'd like, but this will make it so you can't really fear Bandage that consistently. You still can, don't get me wrong. You can find an opportunity to do so, but stuff is always bleeding when you have Deep Wounds. So keep it in mind. I like Imp Charge, it felt really good. If you have a really strong weapon and you feel confident that you're going to invest in your character and get the strongest weapon in each leveling range as early as possible, and you know all the weapons, you know how to get the weapons, you know you're not going to be stuck with some beater weapon for a bunch of levels, you have short fight times, the tempo you get from Imp Charge, love it. Absolutely love it. Let's see, Fury. Booming Voice, this one makes your shouts 3 minutes. It feels pretty damn good, guys. It actually, to be honest, feels better than Unbridled Wrath or Imp Emo Shout. If you're going to go two-handed Fury, I wouldn't get Unbridled. This is too low impact. You know, it ends up being like, what, a 40% chance to get 1 additional point of rage when you connect with a slow two-handed weapon. It may give you a tiny bit of rage, but this, out of all 3, felt the best. Imp Emo Shout, I used it for a bit. It was good, but this is going to be good if you have a terrible weapon, if the fights are really long. I had Imp Demo Shout, but I didn't even find myself using Demo Shout because the mobs were just getting destroyed, right? I was just charging it, Ice Barb Spear, slapping the hell out of them, and this just wasn't even worth the global, it wasn't even worth the rage, you know, they were just dying. So that's another thing, you know, you got to pick your targets wisely as a warrior. You got to know which mobs have low armor and which don't. Which mobs are going to be perfect targets, stuff like ghosts, those spirits, ghosts, like those Highborn and a jar, like down here, fantastic grinding spot. Low armor, fall over, don't run. Stuff like whelps, satyrs, you know, these blood elves here in a jar. There's a lot of targets that have low armor. That's what you want to kill as a warrior. But yeah, just so much to consider with each thing. But like at the same time, you know, if you got Unbridled Wrath, you know, this would give you the ability to dual wield a little bit more, because you could just throw on the two, like the one-handers, if you got some, if you came across them. I don't know, man. See, like, I don't want to get down the rabbit hole with talking talents, because we could be here all day. So I'll just talk about my weapon progression that I had personally on this character and what like modifications I would have looking back on it. So let's see here. Cauldron Stir. So I will say that the weapon progression, looking back on it, I don't know, man. See, like, I don't want to get down the rabbit hole with talking talents, because we could be here all day. So I'll just talk about my weapon progression that I had personally on this character and what like modifications I would have looking back on it.
Rage. Need more rage.
So let's see here. Cauldron Stir. So I will say that the weapon progression on Horde 1 to 25 is completely airtight. And it's a ridiculously strong amenity to the Horde. It's ridiculous. It's your weapons are so strong. Now, before people figured out this weapon progression, they didn't like before they front 5 is. So let's see here. Cauldron Stir. So I will say that the weapon progression on Horde 1 to 25 is completely airtight. And it's a ridiculously strong amenity to the Horde. It's ridiculous. It's your weapons are so strong. Now, before people figured out this weapon progression, they didn't like before they front loaded getting Cauldron Stir, before they knew how to get all these weapons. You know, you walk into the Barrens as a warrior, and it's a whole new beast, and you are just getting destroyed by Plain Striders, Zebras, you name it. But if you get that Cauldron Stir early, and then you hop into RFC, you get the Axe of Orgrimmar, Staff of Orgrimmar, you hop into Wailing Caverns, get that Crescent Staff, and then you pop up north. You know, at 20 on the dot, you could get the White Fist weapons. I always like doing that, and then swap it to the Crescent Staff that overpowers, or you could just keep the Crescent Staff, it's not that serious. You pop north, go Ashen Vale, get Torix Assault done, go BFD, get Outlaw Saber done. I mean, that's it. That's your initial suite of weapons that you use. Now, moving past 25 to 36 to 38, that's your weapon drought on Horde. That's your weapon drought right there. You're going to have to hope to get lucky. 25 to 36 to 38, that's your weapon drought on Horde. That's your weapon drought right there. You're going to have to hope to get lucky, get a Strike of the Hydra, get a Odo's Lay Staff out of SFK, get something good, or you're gonna be struggling up until the point you get your Whirlwind Axe. There's some stuff you can buy from the vendor, but they're nothing to write home to mom about. Merciless Axe at 26, Big Stick at like 30. Stuff is okay. There's White Fist weapons at 30 as well. But that again is like your weak point when it comes to weapons. Then you pick up your Whirlwind Axe 36 to 38. As long as you're engineering or alchemy, you can solo get your Whirlwind Axe. I did it at 38 with alchemy. I think I could have done it at 36 in hindsight, so feel free to try to do it at 36 on your character and get it a couple levels earlier than me. It would have made even bigger of a difference. Just pre-pop that Nature Protection Potion, pop another one in combat, get a couple world buffs, good to go. So there's that. Then you use Whirlwind Axe up until Will of the Mountain Giant. I really like picking that up. You know, these slow weapons, like I'm using a 3-6 right now on Ice Barb Spear, right? These things can be a liability for you. You get a couple unlucky misses, dodges, parries, whatever, you're in a shitty situation for even longer and getting jebaited into more of a death trap. You know, with a fast weapon, it's going to be just like a smoother curve of damage, right? And you're not going to have those situations where you're just missing, and then you're like 15 seconds without doing any damage, getting wailed on by a mob or two. So there's that to consider. So Will of the Mountain Giant would be... There's just so many implications to think about. Will of the Mountain Giant's faster weapon than Whirlwind Axe, has slightly higher DPS. You know, you just think to yourself that would be stronger on the Fury side of things, you know, because, you know, Bloodthirst doesn't deal weapon damage. It's a function of your attack power. Whether you're fighting a really strong individual target or you're cleaving down multiple targets, you know, for me, I use the Whirlwind Axe, so I'm fighting 2 mobs, even after Will of the Mountain Giant, because it's slower. So things like my Whirlwind's going to hit harder because it's weapon damage. Things like my Cleave, even though it doesn't deal weapon damage, it duplicates however much damage you're doing with that individual strike. So, and then if I'm fighting an individual, like let's say a Rare Storm or something, I would use Will of the Mountain Giant. Anyway, I pretty much use those up until you use those up until Thrashblade or Resurgence Rod. You can pick either. Those are guaranteed quest rewards out of SM. Oh no, sorry, out of Marlin. I forgot a tier of weapons actually. Before Whirlwind Axe, you get Sword of Omen, and you get Vanquisher Sword. I mean, it could be after Whirlwind Axe, depending on when you run it, right? But you get Sword of Omen out of doing the SM clear, and you get Vanquish Sword out of doing an RFD clear. So again, it's just whatever you're going to have access to. If you end up getting the Sword of Omen and Vanquish Sword before Whirlwind Axe, which you probably should, because that's going to make you fighting Cyclone. It's going to make the Cyclonian fight easier. That's what I did Cyclonian with. I had Sword of Omen and Vanquish Sword. You probably want to get those first. Yeah, you can do it with a decent group. But yeah, so then on Horde you have a good chance of getting IBS because Horde wins AB. Just have an AFK macro ready and just hope for the best. There's a chance you can die in there. It's actually absolutely terrifying. I was like those longest pieces of my life trying to get it done. You could probably get one-shotted by a rogue, but you just have to be quick with it. And you don't sit in the cave either because you're going to get reported. So there's that, and then once you get the Ice Barb Spear, you're going to be in great shape. You can use that for the rest of the game. Or if you don't want to get Ice Barb Spear because you either just don't want to go into a BG, it's too risky for you. Dual wield with Thrash Blade is just really nice as well. I think I have him. Did I have him on me? I might not have the other one, but there's one thing that I wish I knew going into War. This is a really juicy tip for you guys. There's a lot of mobs around the world that drop weapons, that are rares that drop weapons. If you're playing on a low pop server like we're on Bloodsail and the hardcore stuff, there's a good shot that these rares are going to be up, and they have like 25-50% chance to drop these weapons. There's a Sword of Juno I got from here from the ruins of Eldorath. There's a Naga in there named General Fang Terror, I believe. There's other mobs like that all throughout the world, even at kind of low levels. There's an orc in Red Ridge that drops this sick mace. There's all types of mobs like that. So honestly, look them up, look those items up that drop off rares, and keep them in mind as you go through the zones. Maybe have unit scan or something to try to find those. So that's it on weapon progression. I think the only other thing I will say is that Alliance, I think, have weaker weapon progression overall than Horde. I might be a bit biased here because I play mainly Horde, but the Alliance weapon progression early, it's way less airtight than the Horde one. You have to go try to fish for an Executioner's Sword or a heavy spiked mace.
I need to get closer.
It's much rougher. And then after you get Bonebiter or Whirlwind Axe at 38
Not enough range.
or 36 or whatever, there is almost no weapons, man. Two-handed weapons that you're going to get from quest rewards. You're just going to have to get lucky in Uldamon and ZF or something like that in order to get something. So it's going to that's going to affect your strategy. It's slim pickings. Like if I was Alliance, I guess after Bonebiter or Whirlwind Axe, I would respec at 45. Not at 45. Whenever I can get Resurgence Rod, I'd probably get Resurgence Rod. And maybe just use that till the end of the game. It's possible. And just go two-handed Fury. You're going to lose out on all your axe specialization and all that in arms, but it's okay. You can make up for that value by just going Fury and getting some of the Fury benefits, like in terms of Flurry. That affects two-handed massively. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. As I said, apologies if this is not super specific. This is just like a stream of consciousness knowledge dump that hopefully you can take a few things from. So, professions. I will say, if you're playing hardcore, herbalism alchemy is the way. It is just so high impact. I don't even think engineering comes that close personally. I mean, if you just want to go engineering, go for it. It's fun. It's super fun. It's not bad by any means. But alchemy is absolutely incredible on Warrior. But it requires you to know what you're doing. I didn't know what I was doing that well on alchemy going into this run. I've leveled alchemy up before, but it was not really in some kind of like solo self-found context. You just buy it from the auction house and level it up. Alchemy is insane. You get Oil of Immolation, which helps you keep up on tempo. When you get behind on damage, you can just use that. There's really no cooldown with it. It doesn't share a cooldown with anything else. You can scale up and down your power level, on demand to meet the situation. Whether you need a little bit more armor, a little more agility, whatever. you get massive amenities like Elixir of the Mongoose, which is a pretty easily obtainable recipe from these satyrs in Felwood or Ajara. It gives you your own little personalized mini Oni buff. It's like 3 crit. Unbelievable. Elixir of Water Breathing. That solves one of the ways you can die, which is drown. You can use it if you get into a bad situation, forget about your breath underwater. You pop that, your breath will refill. You get FAPS, which will take you out of nets. That'll make certain boss fights in dungeons, if you're taking on hardcore, much easier. You just go in cooldown with it. It doesn't share a cooldown with anything else. You can scale up and down your power level, you know, on demand to meet the situation, whether you need a little bit more armor, a little more agility, whatever. You get massive amenities like Elixir of the Mongoose, which is a pretty easily obtainable recipe from these satyrs in Felwood or Ajara. It gives you your own little personalized mini Oni buff. It's like 3 crit. Unbelievable. Elixir of Water Breathing. That solves one of the ways you can die, which is drown. You can use it if you get into a bad situation, forget about your breath underwater. You pop that, your breath will refill. You get FAPS, which will take you out of nets. That'll make certain boss fights in dungeons, if you're taking on hardcore, much easier. You just go into the fight with a FAP. Or if you know you're fighting mobs at net, maybe you see the net coming, or you can anticipate it and you're like, I'm in a really bad spot. Because if you pull 2 mobs at net, they can oftentimes just like infinite value loop you to death. So you solve that, you get lesser invis pots that can save your butt. And take a look at alchemy. You just get healing potions. There are certain potions that are hard to get, man. Stuff like greater healing potion. Those are hard to buy from the vendor. There's not many vendors that sell them. They're really off the beaten path. So you're not going to find yourself over that much, and you're going to struggle through that level range because you're not going to have a lot of greater healing potions. So if you know what you're doing with alchemy and herbalism, you can, you know, get tons of life root early. You know exactly what it's used for. Alchemy is just so good, man. I wish I had more time to just talk about how good it is, but I'm really trying to blow through this stuff. It's already taken a long time. Healing pots, Elixir of Demon Slaying. This is another recipe if you have to go kill demons. You can increase your power level dramatically. This is like double Oni buff worth of attack power. Will of Immolation. So one feels bad thing about alchemy is you can't really get these major healing potions until mid 50s. You have to get into Winter Spring to pick up the recipe. Yeah, Elixir of Agility, FAP, the protection potions too. The protection potions are, I can't find the words to basically appreciate these protection potions enough. Your power level goes up so much if you have protection potions pre-popped. It's basically what allowed us to do BRD in my mind, you know, with fighting, you know, facing down all that fire damage, all that shadow damage. And they're not hard to make. The recipes are readily available. You buy them from vendors. And if you're going to really try to push it and do a dungeon maybe earlier than you should, or do something stupid like do BRD like we did, these protection potions can absolutely be the difference maker. They tend to absorb more than your max rank healing potion at whatever level you are. So let's say I was fighting these blood elves and they start blasting me with fire damage. You know, I might be able to use a fire protection potion and it would absorb more than I would heal with my mage healing potion. Or it might be superior at that stage. But you get the point. The other massive amenity that alchemy provides you is Nifty Stopwatch. You're going to have to pick up a Gyro Crenatum from one of the vendors, but like pretty much all the vendors, engineering vendors in the capital cities have a chance of dropping this, and there's also a dude in Alterac that sells the Gyro Crenatum. But Nifty, absolutely best trinket ever for Warrior, man. Forget about it. It's unbelievable. I mean, you can FAP Nifty, get out of dodge. It's unbelievable. Nifty Stopwatch will save you so many times. That alone, even if it was just for Nifty, it's basically like guaranteed getting a Swiftness Potion recipe. But it's kind of better than a Swiftness Potion because it doesn't share cooldown with the potions. You know, you can still use your healing potion and run away. Nifty Stopwatch is a treasure for Warrior. It is so high impact. It is amazing. So, you know, just alchemy solves a lot of the ways that you can die, man. It also partners the best with fishing. So fishing is really good in hardcore. But the thing about fishing is you can fish up, you know, upgrades and leather and stuff like that. But like the actual fish that you get, you don't really use them for anything else outside of alchemy. You can get the Deviant Delights and you can cook those up. But, you know, Fire Fin, the eels, all that stuff is used for alchemy. So it partners really well with your secondaries. Let me keep looking. If you want to be big brain about the professions too, you don't necessarily have to go alk herb right off the bat. You could go skinning herb, stash all the herbs in the bank, buy a couple herb pouches, 12 slots, stash them there, and then skin a bunch of stuff. Just vendor all the skins aggressively. And then whenever your bank is about to be full with herbs, then drop skinning. It'll give you a little boost to your economy, and then level up alk at that point. That might be the big brain way to do it as well. Because alchemy, you generally will have a ton of potions that you'll find just minors and lessers and all that stuff out in the world. It's really when you get up to greater healing potion tier that you're going to need the alchemy. So you could delay it up until then. Let's see. So that's professions. Talked about weapons. Survival. Yeah, this is like hardcore specific, you know, but these are items that will save you. I compiled the list. The main one here that I regret not getting early is Jungle Remedy. I would absolutely get Jungle Remedies as soon as I could. Basically, as soon as I get into STV. I usually get there around like 36. I'm going to go up to the Curzons, and I'm going to farm a stack or two of Jungle Remedy. So good. Takes off disease. There's some horrendous diseases, especially in Ngoro. If you remember, if anybody watched this character's journey in Ngoro, there's some horrendous diseases. Diseases can stop you from bandaging. They can just cripple your ability to fight. They can reduce your movement speed. They can reduce your strength, agility, whatever. Get Jungle Remedy. Also, anti-venom. This is huge as well. You know, you get 3 charges of anti-venom per small venom sac. It's so good. So you're naturally going to get venom sacs, the small venom sacs. You don't have to do anything different. You're going to get first aid anyway, right? So just make sure you hang on to those venom sacs and turn them into anti-venom. You're going to use them all the way to 60. I still have mine right here, you know, and I got mine from spiders in Stone Town. They lasted me like all the way to 60, and they saved your butt. You might have a poison on you that's stopping you from bandaging, and you might need to, you know, take it off, fear, and get the bandage off, and that could absolutely be the difference between life and death. Holy Spring Water, I don't have that on me right now. That's looted from this fountain in Stranglethorn. Just look it up. It's a very weird, bizarre item. 95% of people don't even know about it, but you can use it to dispel a magical effect on yourself. Again, you might have a Shadow Word Pain ticking on you. You might have a slow ticking on you, like literally that one mage in Hillsbrad that I fought. He put like a 45-second slow ability, like that one from TBC, pretty much on you. I mean, that might be Nicky Night Night right there if you can't get that off. So, Holy Spring Water, huge. You can only have one at a time, but that's all you need. You only have one life in hardcore, right? Also, Free Action Potion, we talked about that. Nifty, Slumber Sand, Sticky Glue, Magic Dust. If you are Alliance or Horde, just get whatever your faction's equivalent of these things are. Bag of Marbles for Alliance, stuff like that. For Horde, Sticky Glue, Slumber Sand, these are treasures. You use them all the way up to 60 on hardcore. They 100% save your life.
Need more raid.
Each charge that you use should be used to save your life. So, yeah.
Not enough raid.
Whipperroot Tubers, these are another monstrous pickup. They're going to basically give you another potion you can use in tandem with your healing potion. And once you get Tubers, your chance of scuffing the hardcore challenge goes way down. So as soon as you're able to get up in the Fellwood and kill those 52-53s up in the north, those elementals, do it, and start stacking up those salves. Once you get the Wind Blossom berries, once you get the Tubers, once you're in Fellwood, you're living the good life on hardcore. It's like the best zone for sure for hardcore. Songflowers, all that beautiful stuff is up there at Fellwood. So Whipperroot Tuber, big prio. Lufa, easy quest out in Searing Gorge. Again, it's just another thing that you can control. You know, like you're checking the box, slowly checking the boxes on hardcore to eliminate things that can kill you, right? So Lufa will give you the ability to remove bleed on demand. Noggin Fogger is also important just because you can get the slow fall from it, and that can save your life. If you're falling off a cliff, you at least have some sort of recourse, and it's not just complete impending doom. If you fall off of a Thunder Bluff or something, you have some way to save yourself. So Noggin Fogger is big on hardcore. This pot, Mechanical Yeti. I think I used one charge for fun, but this is a good item. There might be other ones like it. Just, if you can pick up summonables from quests, there might be some other ones, like maybe even Dog Whistle and stuff out of SM. That stuff will save you and effectively act as like a target dummy. If you have to run, it'll put threat on the table and, you know, get the mob's attention, then you can run away. And then the Ungoro charges. There's a heal, there's an armor buff, there's an armor debuff that you can put on something, there's a grenade. Those are insane. And I'd say like maybe like what, 30% of the reason why you go engineering is to get grenades, right? Well, think about it this way. You can have grenades and not be engineering. They're stronger. They're actually going to be stronger than the engineering grenades. And they're going to be just straight up better, honestly. You can only get them in the 50s once you get up to the Ungoro. There's no cast time on them. They hit harder than thorium bombs. Unbelievable item, so good to have. The Ungoro charges. You can also use it to heal, but it does share cooldown with your Whipperoo Tuber, the healing one, the Crystal Restore. So there's that. Let's see. Talk about Profession's economy. On Horde side, you're pretty much good, 1 to 20, just because the weapons is what you want to spend your money on. And your weapon progression is so airtight on Horde, they're pretty much chilling. I would say, I think I overspent on protection abilities. I overspent on abilities in general in my Warrior, and I didn't get my mount until like 45, it was stupid. My thought process on it was, like the way Warrior abilities work, upgrades wise, is that it only increases the damage by a small amount, but they charge you full price for the skill. And my thought process on it was, hey, you only have 1 life. That few points in damage difference could be the decision, I mean, the difference maker between life and death, so I'm just going to buy as many as I can. It wasn't that serious, honestly, just, I mean, use your judgment, but you don't need to buy all the abilities. And they're very expensive, the Warrior abilities, and there's a ton of them, so be careful what you train. Talents, survival, tips and tricks. I mean, I guess I can go over rotation, kind of. I mean, use a throwing weapon. There's that. Throwing weapons are the best for fighting. They don't have to wait for the cooldown of the weapon swing timer on it. It's pretty much almost an instant little throw animation, which will allow you to kite stuff a lot better, pull stuff. There's good weapon progression for throwing weapons too. They have upgraded throwing weapons well into the 30s and stuff. So train throwing as soon as you can. I use the gun only because an epic drop for me that has 14 agility on it, but I would still be using throwings if it wasn't for that. You know, get Mark of the Chosen at a Mardon, rotation wise. Pretty much if your arms pre-sweeping strikes, throw up Rend, sunder down to like 60-50%, finish with right clicks. You could execute late 20s or something, so you can execute if it makes sense to do so. Hamstring kiting, my whole thought process on that is that only very situationally useful. Just mainly because you can still do it in Classic, but it requires you to basically like S key backwards to remove the melee leeway from your opponent. And just walking backwards, playing as close as I do, and I'm unable to see what's behind me, you're just going to pull something from behind and get into a worse spot. So unless you can feel confident that you've carved out a fighting position that you can, you know, like let's say it's the, you know, that guy for the, you know, the Berserker stance quest, I like to fight that one strong guy. You know there's no mobs on that island. So if you want to go fight him and hamstring kite him, that might be a perfect application. You know, you can just equalize the attack speed, slow him, S key, remove melee leeway, and take him there. So it still can be done, but I didn't end up using it that much, to be honest. Just because you want to basically hedge against the idea of pulling another target. So that means taking a little bit more damage. So be it. You want to keep the environment as surgical as possible. There's reasons to use so many of the warrior abilities, man. There's just like kind of a priority system for the warrior abilities. I wish I could give you more of a concrete rotation, but there's just too many factors to consider on warrior. Whether you're going to pool rage for the next target, whether you want to dump rage because you're going to be walking for a while. So you might want to execute or not execute. Piercing Howl, I'll talk about this ability. Piercing Howl reduces movement speed more than hamstring. Isn't that weird? To be honest, I didn't even know that until until this playthrough. At max rank, hamstring is the same as piercing howl, but for the vast majority of your leveling process, piercing howl is going to slow more. It's 50% reduction, and I think the lower ranks of hamstring are like 35, 40, 45 type thing. It's only till the very end with like the last rank of it that it gets up to 50. So piercing howl is really nice for that. It's great for, you know, fighting 2 targets.
Alameth and go up the ridge, you'll end up meeting Duskstalker, a level 9 leopard. Now, Duskstalker is slightly better than the other mobs, as he has an increased chance to drop green items. However, it's not guaranteed every time, and as the video shows, I wasn't successful this time. He still might be worth checking out though. Successful this time. Items. However, Duskstalker is slightly better than the other mobs, as he has a level 9 leopard. Alameth. If you go south of Lake Alameth and go up the ridge, you'll end up meeting Duskstalker, a level 9 leopard. Now, Duskstalker is slightly better than the other mob. mobs as he has
I'd say like it happens to everyone by 60, but you can really hold it off until like 40 plus. That's why it's a good luck. Right. Who's even the lucky? Start off well, or is it the ones that it's not even about who's better off, it's about who's more capable, because that's what you want to.
increased chance to drop green items. However, it's not guaranteed every time, and as the video shows, I wasn't successful this time. He still might be worth checking out though. Grimmore. In a very similar fashion to Duststalker, further on.
Hey. Yo, thought I DC'd there.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not need more rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I Need more rage. Not enough rage. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. It's too far away. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not ready yet. Rage. Not enough rage. More rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I'm out of range. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. It's too far away. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I don't have a target. Get closer. I'm out of range. Enough rage. Rage.
On Lake Allen.
Or multiple targets to get away from stuff. You know, piercing, I'll just keep in mind, does reset the leash on the mobs. But there's that. It's funny, after I end this video, I'm gonna think of 20 more things I wish I could have said.
Feel free to browse. May the stars guide you.
Be right back, team.
Let's see here. Just give me a second. I just want to be thorough as I can. I'm not going to get into like the mechanics of the class. I feel like most of you guys know it by now. Have a good system for swapping stances. I'll say that one of the things I'm proud of is my system for swapping stances. There's 3 stances you can be in. Battle, berserking, and defense, right? So that means if you're in one stance, there's only 2 other options.
What?
Therefore, I like my system of scroll up and scroll down on the mouse wheel. It's a very compartmentalized type of thing in your brain. You just think stances, mouse wheel. There's only 2 options, you know, scroll up, scroll down, but that's all you need because you're sitting in the 3rd stance. So when I'm in battle stance, if I scroll up from battle, I go berserking, and if I scroll down, I go into defense stance. And, you know, I really like that system. It allows you to just like kind of quickly on the fly, you know, get in, swap stances, you know, you can do it kind of like unconsciously instead of having hit. I think before in the past, I had my battle stances, I had my stances on like control 1, control 2, control 3. it's so much slower, and it feels so much worse quality of life wise to just hit control 2 than your ability. Stances on the consciously instead of having hit. I think before in the past, I had my battle stances. I had my stances on the control 1, control 2, control 3. It's so much slower, and it feels 1, control 2, control 3. It's so much slower, and it feels so much worse quality of life wise to just hit control 2 than your ability, that I just love the scroll up, scroll down on the mouse wheel. It's it's such a joy playing warrior if you have a good system for stance dancing. Let me look through my spell book here. Okay, as far as races too, I will say if you're gonna go like on the horde side, that's what I'm speaking mostly on. Orc is okay. You'll still be able to find uses for Blood Fury, but you're going to be using Blood Fury in situations that you're in no danger, right? Because anytime you think you're in a position where you could potentially be in a dangerous spot, you're not going to use Blood Fury because you're going to effectively Mortal Strike yourself. So with that in mind, I think the best race on the horde side for hardcore is Tauren. On line side, it'd be Gnome. Just hardcore is Tauren. So with that in mind, I think the best race on the horde side for hardcore is Tauren. On line side, it'd be Gnome. Just you remove a huge amount of danger if you can take off slows and roots on demand with Escape Artist. But again, you're gonna have to look yourself in the mirror every morning and play Gnome. So there's that. Another thing, yeah, I'm starting to remember some of the juice. Berserker Rage. I, to be honest with you, forgot that it actually, until this playthrough, forgot that it gives you a bit more rage when taking damage, so it's even more exceptionally good when you're fighting like 2 targets. Use Berserker Rage on cooldown. Every cooldown, use it. It's so good. You know, it's an amazing PvP tool. It breaks fear and in cap, and that's still kind of has minor implications out when you're leveling and stuff, but it's mainly used for increased rage generation. No matter what spec you are, arms, fury, just pop Berserker Rage on cooldown. Noticeable difference. Something I wish I was doing a little bit earlier on my warrior. Another thing I will say is Retaliation, Recklessness, and Shield Wall all share cooldown. People say warriors don't have a no shit button. They don't really, but they do have Shield Wall. Right, Shield Wall will reduce not only physical damage and stuff, but also spell damage by 75%. It is quite good last 10 seconds. So I would honestly, as a best practice, probably not even take fights that require retaliation, unless you're gonna play safe right after. Like the safest place to always have Shield Wall up, because it is kind of an oh shit button, so you can do a bad spot. I have a macro that goes distance and Shield Walls. Oh, I don't think I have my shield in my bag. Oh, maybe I do. I don't know. Macro might be broken. I might have to update the shield. But you should have a macro that Shield Walls and puts you in a distance, and you just run away like crazy. Shield blocking and turn off sticky targeting and just face the mobs like this. Run away, shield wall, shield block, nifty. That'll get you out of most situations. So you actually have a reasonable oh shit button if you use shield wall in that light. Let's see. I'm just kind of going through everything, trying to find little morsels for you. I think that's all I got, guys. I think that's it. I hope this can be helpful to you. If you have any questions too as well, just throw them in the chat. I'll try my best to answer them. And that's going to be it, guys. I'll see you on stream today. Thanks very much. I do appreciate you tuning in. I hope this is of some use to you guys, leveling new warriors and stuff. And I'll catch you on stream later today. Take it easy. Spec.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Tavern Talk. So in this episode, this is going to be a guide on how to get started playing hardcore on Classic WoW. It's super simple, but you guys have been commenting on some of my Let's Plays asking me how to get started and how to do it, so I'm going to show you guys right here in this video. So the first thing you guys are going to want to do is open up CurseForge on your PC. This is what we're going to use to install the hardcore add-on. Up at the top right here, you're going to be able to drop this down and select which version of World of Warcraft you want to select. We're going to select Classic here because we want to play on the Bloodsail Buccaneer server because currently it's popping off in the hardcore scene. So, as long as Classic is selected in the top right corner, you're going to go get more add-ons over here, and then you're going to just search Hardcore. Then right here, you can clearly see there's no install button because I already have it installed, but this is the add-on you want to install. Next, we're going to boot up our game, and I'm going to show you how to start your character. So, upon booting up our game, you have to make sure you're not on Wrath of the Lich King Classic. You want to click this drop down right here and drop it to World of Warcraft Classic. This is where we're going to be able to access the Classic era servers from. You're going to hit play. Alright, so the game has started up. So, just for the purposes of this video, let's create a new character right here. Do a human female, and we're going to name her Noxilla. This is the character that we want, this warrior. We're going to hit accept, and we're going to click. First off, make sure that any add-ons you want installed are already installed. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to disable everything, and I'm only going to enable the hardcore add-on.
Elune Adore.
Enter world. You can skip the cinematic. So, when you log into your character for the first time, you're going to be greeted by the Classic Hardcore screen. Welcome to Classic Hardcore. If you're playing in a duo or trio, click the Party tab. To select achievements, click on an icon in the Achievements tab, and at any point during the run, open the Hardcore tab on the character screen to check party status and achievements. This window will not appear past level 2, and configuration cannot be changed later, so make sure to fill these out correctly. So what you would do here is you would either set up your party if you're running a duo or trio run right here in this tab. Do not hit begin adventure until you do this. And then if you want to put any achievements on, you can select them right here in the achievement tab. There's tons of achievements you can read through and activate on your character, and then after you activate those achievements, you'll be able to see them in your character panel. So, for the sake of this video, we're not going to activate any achievements, and we're doing a solo run, so we can completely ignore that, and we're just going to hit begin adventure. Now, you have just started your hardcore adventure. If you want to check your progress at any time, you can click the hardcore icon right here on your minimap, read through the rules, which are right here for running dungeons and all that kind of stuff. Make sure your verified status is good. Your verification status should always be on pass, and your tracked time should always be generally above 90%. Now, one thing you guys want to make sure of is before you log out of your hardcore character, make sure you actually hit log out and do not hit exit game. You have to wait that 20 seconds, otherwise what happens is the add-on will not be tracking those 20 seconds, so your verification tracked time will start to decrease. If you want to create a Death Knight, obviously the rules are right here. It's pretty simple. You just need to level another character to 55 and then basically sacrifice that character to give birth to a Death Knight. You can have all your levels tracked right here. You can see all the characters that I've leveled in hardcore. It'll track everything for you. Your dungeon progress right here, any dungeon runs that you do, and your achievements and all this stuff right here. Now, if you activated any achievements, you can open your character panel and they will be listed right here in the hardcore tab. And that's it, guys. It's really simple to get started playing hardcore, and I suggest you do if you're missing that vanilla or classic WoW feel. It's a lot of fun, and I honestly can say I'm so happy with how the community is. Everyone is friendly, and it's just, the world is so alive, and it really is a lot of fun. So if you haven't yet, definitely go check it out. But if you guys enjoyed this video, smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Turn on post notifications so you don't miss the next time I post a video. We're going to be posting nothing but WoW content on this channel going forward. We're going to be doing hardcore stuff, Wrath of the Lich King stuff, classic news, all that good stuff. So if you enjoy that stuff, hit that subscribe button and turn on post notifications. And if you guys have any questions whatsoever, drop them in the comments below and I'll do my best to answer them. But anyways, guys, thank you all for watching and listening in. I'll see you all in the next one.
The hardcore challenge sets players on a long journey from levels 1 to 60 without dying a single time. It's definitely a marathon and not a sprint, and one that tests your game knowledge extensively as you progress. Still, some classes are seen as far easier options to complete the hardcore challenge on, whilst others can prove difficult for even the most seasoned of players. So
Ishnu Dardiye. Goddess watch over.
I'm listening. Ishnu Allah.
I am
The
Allah.
stars guide you.
The loon light your path.
you've been hearing a bunch about hardcore classic WoW recently, and I've been thinking about getting into it, or maybe you have already given it a try and remember that vanilla questing is pretty punishing at times. I've kind of been in the same boat, and between Raiding and Wrath, I've been playing more and more vanilla once again. Weird flex, but during Classic, originally I leveled a total of 10 characters from 1 to 60. I even made a video about it, and during that time I learned a whole lot about questing, so today I thought I'd dig into some of the mechanics of vanilla leveling, share some tips and tricks, as well as things to keep in mind on your hardcore journey. To start off with, as this is kind of an essential bit of information for this kind of video, hardcore is an unofficial player-made game mode, where their primary goal is to reach level 60 without dying. It's played on Classic WoW era servers that can be found under the Classic tab of your Battle.net launcher. If you're on NA, roll on Bloodsail Buccaneers, and EU is Hydraction Waterlords. Hardcore WoW also uses an add-on just called Hardcore that you will want to install. This is used by the community to validate that players are respecting the rules of the challenge, adds cross-skill chat, new achievements into the game to go for, and much more. Worth checking out with skilled. This is used by the community also uses an add-on just called Hardcore, who is Hydraction Waterlords. Hardcore WoW also uses an add-on just called Hardcore that you will want to install. This is used by the community to validate that players are respecting the rules of the challenge, adds cross-guild chat, new achievements,
And it tends to be the case that the older you get, the better paying jobs you get. Because like you go through that early phase of working really shit jobs and you're like, oh, you know what? It's either fair that I get this paying job.
achievements into the game to go for. And much more, worth checking out before you start. After that, make your character, log in. Most people ask for an invite to a hardcore guild in the chat, and you're ready to start your journey.
I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
How may I help? Good luck,
Goods
friend.
are of the highest quality. May the stars guide you.
Elune be with you. Goddess
Elune
watch
adore.
over you.
Be
Can I
careful.
assist you? Be careful.
What brings you here?
What brings you here? Asha Fela.
Vishnu Allah, farewell. Peace be with you. Good luck, friend.
Peace be with you. Goddess watch over you.
So, what I'll be covering today will be more general tips that any player or class could use as starting point.
Elune be with you. May the stars guide you.
Greetings. Good luck, friend.
They aren't in any particular order, but there is so much difference between vanilla leveling and how it is during any other version of WoW that there's quite a bit to talk about here. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Factor 75. Winter is finally over, so it's time to gear up and look good in your real life transmog. And though eating the right things can be hard, Factor 75 in the age and use code POGWILLY APR50 for 50% off your first box. Once you click, my description will live update to count the purchases. Many thanks to Factor 75 for the sponsor today. Let's get back to WoW. I want to start off with a few add-ons which are good on any class. As per usual with add-ons, different setups may achieve the same results, but this is what I know works. First up is a combination of 4 add-ons: Omni CC, Classic Cast Bars, Modern target frame, and classic aura durations. These four bring back functionality to the enemy's target frame by more clearly displaying your debuff durations, enemy buff durations, enemy health values, and enemy cast bars. Omni CC does a full
with their own like desire or some shit like that. But, just anyone who worships money, because someone's getting sacrificed. It's something funny. It's like the boomers, right? Like they're like 80 to 100, and they're still holding on to all this wealth. And no other generation in history has been as wealthy and as old. And it's like being a dad and being like one of my clients. His dad's like a property developer, really rich, but he's living in NDIS housing, and he gets like a budget, but it's like fuck all. I think it's like $20 a day or a week or something. But like it's kind of like that. Like,
full overlay on the enemy character portrait when affected by hard CC. Note that the enemy cast bars aren't perfect. Sometimes low-level enemies have low-rank spells which have shorter cast times, and the add-on doesn't always recognize that, but it's better than nothing. Weapon swing timer is good for those who melee, both to judge your damage output level enemy. Combination of 4 add-ons: Omni CC,
actually, I think I do need to practice like attach like.
D.
I had this chick say like she doesn't actually like nonchalant guys, and I'm like, well, that's because any guy that's like dealing with you is obviously not in the position of you can't be nonchalant unless you really have like a lot of options. Otherwise, it's only just for show. But I think a lot of guys like if they're dealing with like a low quality chick, then it's all going to be just I think she said like they're still emotionally like unreactive. It's no wonder we're attached though, because we were all raised by attached people. Like, you know, what my mum was attached to appearance. And then like a lot of events happened because there was a woman attached to just my free spirit. I mean, I have a new as well. Like, just the free spirits. They do that. Like, because they will, they will also. Funny example of like attachment. It's like when you go in public, you can see like you can see like when you kind of spot something from like
Classic cast bars, modern target frame, and classic aura durations. These four bring back functionality to the enemy's target frame by more clearly displaying your debuff durations, enemy buff durations, enemy health values, and enemy cast bars. Omni CC does a full overlay on the enemy character portrait when affected by hard CC. Note CCs, enemy buff durations, enemy health values, and enemy cast bars. Omni CC does a full overlay on the enemy character portrait when affected by hard CC. Omni CC does a full overlay on the enemy character portrait when affected by hard CC. Note that the enemy cast bars aren't perfect. Sometimes low level enemies have low rank spells which have shorter cast times, and the add-on doesn't always recognize that, but it's better than nothing. Weapon swing timer is good for those who melee, both to judge your damage output as well as your enemies. For me, this is an essential on Hunter, who need to stand still during their auto-attack wind-up and have both melee and range swing timers. Vendor price adds a value to all items so you can see, well, how much they vendor for. Really good for when you're working out your gold, when you want to go and buy skill ups or train some weapons. Price adds a value to all items so you can see, well, how much they vendor for. Really good for when you're working out your gold, when you want to go and buy skill ups or train some weapons, buy your mount, whatever it may be. Also helps you judge quest rewards when you're not going to equip them. Spellbook Abridged adds a filter to hide spell ranks in your spellbook. It just makes things a bit cleaner really. The majority of the time you will want to be using your max rank. For pure melee classes, the game does this automatically because there is no benefit to downgrading, such as on Rogue or Warrior. Also, when you macro any ability, if you include the spell without any rank.
Goddess bless you. Goddess watch over you.
it's hard to just sit with ourselves. And I was like, you know, to the doctor and going to the doctor. It's like, good, trying to, and then it's like, fuck this, put it away. It's fucking, it's kind of uncomfortable, but I got over it. It's, I still felt like, you know, feel comfortable because like it's kind of necessary in a way. So I just keep regretting it. Like even if you kind of feel like I'm gonna naturally staunch a bit because you kind of like it's your subconscious like feeling vulnerable. Even just choosing to hold that is like really powerful because people can see that as well. Like you're just being like being real. So it's no right way to do it. Like, I can see how stressed out doctors are these days. Like their body language is like, and even like kind of shiver. It's like very like, I feel bad. Like so many sick people nowadays. Very shit. So, I'm still got to fuck this. So that's why I'm like, you know, as soon as they kind of hit me or like, yeah, I'm just like, thanks.
Peace be with you.
You know that old school bodybuilder? It's known for like.
It will always use the highest learned rank. If you do not do this, remember to drag new levels of spells out to your spellbook. So when you macro any ability, you will want to be using your max rank. For pure melee classes, things a bit cleaner really. The majority of the time you will want to be using your max rank. For pure melee classes, the game does this automatically because there is no benefit to downgrading, such as on rogue or warrior. Also, when you macro any ability, if you include the spell without any rank,
Kim, come fish.
it will always use the highest learned rank. If you do not do this, remember to drag new levels of spells out to your spellbook onto your bar each time you learn them. Additionally, on abilities, some of them just aren't worth the price. I would need to talk about this on a class by class basis, but if you can't say how you're going to be getting any use out of the ability, it might just not be worth buying. For example, if I'm leveling a hunter, I would probably ignore all tracking abilities bar hidden. I would ignore aspect of the pack, aspect of the beast, disengage, mongoose bite, scorpion sting, volley, and the point is, a lot of abilities aren't always worth the price tag at the level you can first learn them. Getting a mount at level 40, however, which needs 100 gold, that is pretty important. You can judge mobs roughly by their name. If they're called Slayer, they're gonna have Execute. If they have Run in their name, they're gonna run faster than normal. I swear I'm not making this up. If they're Mystic, Shaman, Wizard, Sorcerer, expect them to cast spells. You can make an educated guess as to what you are fighting before you engage it. Alternatively, there is an add-on that does this called Classic. bestiary. Note that it will often have the correct ability listed, but not the correct details for it. So tons of mobs have Enrage, but there's many different variations of the Enrage spell. Up to you whether you want to use it. It's pretty powerful, but it will save you a lot of unprepared deaths. Some of the biggest abilities to look out for are stuns, roots, and heals. One of the most dangerous mob mechanics is Thrash. A ton of different mobs have this with absolutely no rhyme or reason as to why. It's basically Wind Fury adding 2 extra attacks to their next hit, so whenever a mob has Thrash you need to be particularly careful with your health. It's also not a visible buff on the mob when it's going to Thrash, so you don't know when they're going to do it. On top of that, mobs can store Thrash charges, so if you engage a mob who uses this ability, has it come off cooldown and uses it again without hitting you, this can happen if you're kiting. If they ever do get to you and hit you, they will hit you with their melee and then both thrashes, meaning 5 attacks in one go. This is unlikely, but I thought I'd give it a mention. Next, yeah, I can totally fit through there. You know what I'm talking about. You're going somewhere, 2 mobs are about the same distance apart, and you think you can just about fit between them. You try, and you end up pulling both of them. This can be the start of a situation that gets out of hand. It's vanilla leveling after all, and you're going to be doing some grinding, so just pick one side, kill one, move on. Casters are disproportionately dangerous early on. Many of them just have spells which are plain overtuned for the level they're found at. Back in original Classic, Defias Pillagers were more dangerous than most raid bosses. Having cast bars, which we've already gone over, will allow you to judge when to dip around a corner to avoid damage if you're able to. I should also mention caster leeway. You know how sometimes you're running away from a caster, you are super far away and they still get their cast off. That is casting leeway. You benefit from it too, by the way. If you start a spell and the mobs run out of range, you gain a few extra yards where your spell can still fire off. Enemies always have larger than usual cast ranges too. For example, Defias Pillager's Fireball is a 40-yard ranged cast. Run early if you're gonna run and try and line of sight as a priority. Spatial awareness is a big thing. Playing zoomed in makes things harder than they already are. Setting the camera to max zoom for the in-game options is good, but you can go beyond that with this macro. You may not want it that far out, but generally speaking, being more zoomed out is a good thing. One of the biggest and easiest to miss bits of quality of life in Wrath is that after suffering 2 spell knockbacks on a cast, you'll be immune to further knockbacks and will cast like enemy mobs do. In Classic, this protection does not exist. If you're getting hit, you're going to be getting your spell knocked back. This is particularly dangerous against fast attacking enemies such as those dual wielding or cats, so get them low health before they're in your melee range as a caster. Some mobs are immune to certain attacks. This has been implemented in a pretty inconsistent way, but should be kept in mind. If it's a fire elemental, fireball ain't gonna do anything. Same goes for water elementals and the frost school. Rock and wind elementals are immune to nature. Shamans have a really bad time in Silithus from what I remember. Some rock mobs are also immune to bleeds. Some of them aren't. As for mechanical units, there isn't really a ton of them in the game, but they're immune to a lot of things, including bleeds, incapacitate, fear, life drain, and horror effects. Warlocks on Alliance, I'm just saying, Harvest Reapers in Westfall, if you underestimate them, you're gonna die really fast. Undead are also immune to fear effects as well. Sometimes they're immune to horror, sometimes they're not. Again, it's pretty inconsistent. Next is something I call aggro delay. I never really hear about this one be talked about, but I use it quite often when I'm not 100% that combat's going my way. So if you're in combat with a mob and you move, it will either follow you instantly, or it will just kind of stand still for around a second before resuming chasing you. That second is often enough time to be able to kite, wait for cooldowns, or escape. This can sometimes take several attempts to trigger, but at least on lower level mobs is quite consistent. There's a number of low health mob interactions too. Some will run in fear at low health. These are almost exclusively humanoid mobs, though for some reason does include tall striders, I don't know why, and often mobs which have a young tag in their name. Save some CC or a big damaging ability to ensure low health mobs don't make it to others and create a difficult situation. On top of that, when mobs reach low health, their movement speed is reduced. This is very important to know for kiting. I want to say different mobs interact differently with this though. I would say on average, some mobs have a reduced movement speed under 35% health, most have a larger reduction below 20%, and nearly all have the biggest reduction below 10%. I know this isn't the most exact information, but it's generally good to be aware of. Strafing is important to learn. So strafing is moving in a direction whilst your character is facing a different one. You can directly bind strafing instead of turning on your key bindings, or just hold down right click and begin moving. I've always done the right click version. Whilst there is a time and a place for backpedaling, sometimes you need to be getting away from mobs a little bit faster than that, and most of the time strafing is just better. It stops you from getting dazed since you have to be hit from behind for this to happen, and allows you to keep dodge, block, parrying, all of that stuff, aka free mitigation whilst you're running away. Very good practice to learn, though keep checking what's in front of you and where you're going. Mob leashing. This is a super important mechanic to understand in Classic. In short, the rule of thumb is that mobs will chase you for a certain period of time after engaged in combat. Whenever you hit a mob, it resets its leash timer. This is why some mobs seem to follow you forever and ever, and you're wondering why they're not resetting. If you do not intend to kite a mob, you must stop hitting it back. This also goes for pets as well, as they have their own leash. I stop attacking by just hitting escape on my keyboard. Understanding how to strafe and how mob leashing works will save your character again and again. Next is parry haste. So when an attack is parried, the person who parried, be it you or the enemy, will have their next melee swing timer reduced by 50%. Meaning parries are actively a damage gain on top of damage mitigation. This can be very noticeable taking on enemies using two-handers when you're dual wielding, or vice versa. A lot of burst damage can come out of nowhere. Parry haste is one of the factors why fighting green mobs feels easy and orange mobs are difficult. Level difference between you and your target counts for a huge deal, affecting stats such as dodge, parry, hit, block, resist, and glancing blows. Treat the enemy mob's level as a guideline for, is this such a good idea? I'd straight up avoid red level mobs. I mean, it's hardcore. Why are you fighting stuff that's more than 5 levels above you anyway? In addition to that, mobs 3 or more levels above you have a 15% chance to deal a crushing blow, with a further 5.
How was that little pullback with the white head here? It's a legend there. Like, he saved like 3 or more drives. Wait. Commentators are going crazy. This guy's everywhere. Was he on Rapidates? Yeah, but still Roosters. Yeah. What's it Roosters under?
% for each level thereafter. These are regular attacks that deal 150% of their normal damage. So in short, just fight stuff around the level you're at, or your health bar can really disappear out of nowhere. By default, the game has start attack and interact on right click, meaning if there's an aggressive or neutral enemy where you thought there was not, you're going to be attacking them, possibly PvP flagging or hitting a guard by accident. If you put interact on left click, you won't have that risk. Keybinds, you will have panic abilities, health pots, training dummies if you went engineering, cooldowns, and so on. You don't want to be trying to escape a dangerous situation and trying to click things at the same time. Bind your items, bind your abilities. Vanilla also gives you loads of handy quest items early game, such as super sticky glue, explosive rockets, bag of trying to click things at the same time. Bind your items, bind your abilities. Vanilla also gives you loads of handy quest items early game, such as super sticky glue, explosive rockets, bag of marbles, and so on. Remember these items, keep them on a keybind, and get the most out of them. Next is, just because it looks like a solid object does not mean it is one. In World of Warcraft, some walls are not really walls. Good examples of this are hills or trees. Mobs will still be able to shoot or cast through them. Also, troll ruins are notoriously poorly of that. It is highly populated, mobs will respawn as things start more at once. You resisted and mobs will just keep hitting you. Sometimes you hit roots. Mobs can also heartbeat resist most C has on the tooltip or whatever it is, only lasts for 4 range. Once something has aggroed on you, if you are directly below they're on several, watch your breathing, be your last one. And that's it. Any other equals delete. series around that. Let me know if that sounds interesting at all. Other than that, as always, thank you all so much for watching and for listening in. I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
Invalid target.
I started being a lot more true to myself. It's funny because people always that's not what it's about. It's about everyone should just we should encourage people to do that. But women's women like never do the opposite. They've got a bias. They've got a high say where it's not kind of. That's why they manipulate us. Part of our safety to think
Invalid target.
Yeah, we missed the high tide, man.
Hey?
We missed the high tide.
What?
You want to go fishing?
Yeah, did you still want to go?
Blizzard's Hey everyone, since we got some huge news on the upcoming hardcore server, and we finally got...
Yeah, come fish Esplanade. Come fish Esplanade. Fuck. Yeah. Come, I already got my fishing gear, the fishing gear in my car. In my car. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Seriously.
Tonight's a high rating, but this
How about we rock up? What? No, 37 minutes after high tide and have a couple cones. What? That's great.
got the hardcore PTR. I wanted to do a big...
What'd you say? What'd you say? Yeah. Oh. Smoky. Then could just go fishing in the morning. Without any sleep. Hello.
Dan and Jerome said we can borrow the car. Maybe they're just trying to play nice, but they said we can borrow it.
I need a target. I need to target something first.
I'm listening.
Oh,
It's too far away.
is that tonight?
Enough rage. Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
What's that?
Need more rage.
Oh.
Not enough rage.
Wait, Kim, when was high tide tonight? Huh. Yeah, great. Wow. If we go now, be 2 hours either side of it. Finish the joke. Hello. It wasn't great. Hello.
Not enough rage. I need to get closer. Need more rage. I need a target. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage.
Just come quick fish, because we've been mucking around for saying we're gonna go, and we didn't go. Oh, well. I already got the fishing gear in my car. I got the cast net, aerator, I think, 2 seats, tackle box, and one rod.
Do you know what the tide is right now?
Let me check, man. Hold on.
No, I'm just saying, it's like, I swear we always, the time we run a fish is like, just 3 hours after high tide.
So, it's actually on the come down now. It's at 6:50 at 2.9 meters. 6:50 p.m. at 2.9 meters. It's currently 2.5 meters.
Wait.
It's about 2 hours after
No,
now.
that's the peak there. Put it there. In the
Yep.
middle.
Where?
In the middle of the, there.
Yeah.
So that's 6:49.
6:49.
So we're
3
2
minutes.
hours past the.
Shit. Wait.
So not that that has to be the rule, but that's like the shittiest fishing window from. That's like a long shitty fishing window.
From where?
From like when is it 2 hours? Oh shit! When is it 2 hours before the low? Check. No, the wool.
Wow.
So.
Why can't I hear it, G? Why can't I hear it? Yeah.
In sound, back end.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back. Sound.
Damn. Could have killed me.
So
Damn.
check what time is the low. So you would want to be fishing at like 11 p.m. onwards. Because 2 hours either side of higher low is the best. Surely you know that rule, but
No, I thought it was the high tide. Oh, high or low.
high or
I see.
low.
But we're not okay. But we're not gonna. Yeah.
So this is.
But wait. But we're not gonna get any freaking barra because they're not gonna be up on the rock wall at low. They're gonna. It's
So
gonna be
it's like
yellow.
a 3 hour. Wait, how does it work? You got 2 hours of good fishing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so it's 8:49.
Not enough rage.
2 hours before the low. So it's like 3 hours shitty wind. And I
In
swear
between.
we always pick the 3 hour shitty wind.
Not enough rage.
No, we don't. Jack and I have been going
Not enough
recently.
rage.
Like a right time.
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
It's like at least you can start at
I don't have a target.
the last end of it, right? Like, so say like starting fishing is 1 hour. But we always like
straight into the economy.
starting at the start of the window. So we're
not enough
fish. You're just starting the good window, so it's like, that's why it matters so much to like let's actually fish.
To just be great.
You know what I mean?
Need more rage.
Oh, wait.
Not enough rage.
And then you have 2 hours after it. So it's 4 hours.
The ability isn't ready yet.
You've got a 4 hour good window.
Right.
So why would you start at the 3 hour shitty window? You would at least start on the last, 1 hour.
More rage.
Maybe by the time you get there, it's just picking up. A lot of the time.
Oh, I see.
A lot of the time, yeah. Because remember that time when we were at we went to Machin's last time.
Oi, got the rare. Look, Dust Stalker.
Remember the last time we went to Machin's with Jerome, and it was kind of like popping off, and then it just dropped dead. That's what it was.
Not enough rage.
That's exactly what it was. We're like, oh yeah, it's good. But like no, like it's like for this last millisecond, we're fucking retarded.
I'm out of range.
That's great. No. Yeah. I think I know where you're coming from. Alright. Oh, look at the primal belt. It's not even great. It's leather. And it's 1 armor better than what I got. Wait, no. Say that last part again. Okay, so the 3-hour window or the 4-hour window, we fish. You said we fish at the start of that 3. No, it's just the very last part. I heard what you said. I know that. I heard what you said. Just that last part.
Not enough range.
Whatever. It's alright. Well.
It's not that it's like all or nothing make it break, but it's like when you get this to that, you're manifesting. You're literally manifesting not doing that. There now. It's like if you don't, yeah, it's great.
Nah, yeah, I know.
I need to get closer.
Damn, bro, that rare only gave me freaking. Apparently, the rares here in Teldrassil are really crap. They're not really great.
I'm out of range.
Well, come then. Do you wanna try? That's not. Nah, it won't be good. It won't be good unless we go like right now. Cause what the fuck are you smoking?
It's too far away. Not enough range.
No. Hey. Oh, fuck this. Double 10, baby. Let's get this money. Looking for group? Hey. Raid. Let's get it. I don't know. Someone invited me actually earlier. Yeah, so I'm in. What's that?
It's rooted 2009
range. Not enough range.
Oh, your router. Oh, I don't know. That's your router. Yeah, I never changed that.
Not enough range. Need more range. Not enough range. Need more range.
Fair enough.
Not enough range.
I don't trust it anymore. Alright.
You can only fish that at a certain time, right? At high tide.
Yeah, because the rocks. Because all that shit. That's what I was gonna say.
Need more range. I can't do that yet.
It's easier to work out the high tide because that's just giving you up area.
Right.
And like
third
the
potion.
exposed area that you don't see at low, that you see at low tide, you can understand what you're looking at. Like you can see the structure. But with low tide, it's not so obvious because it comes to the water, but you'll still bump into
need to get closer. I can't
What do you mean? It's still some. What do you mean? Still something to it? Like it's gonna be it's gonna be shit, or it's gonna be no, it's gonna be good, because that's where all the fish. That's where the smaller fish go to, right? And maybe some of the bigger fish where only they can swim in the lower tide, where it's deep and there's trenches and there's freaking snag
Look at a
spots.
river, so like the tide comes in and pushes bait.
Not enough rage.
No, but so when the tide comes down, when the tide comes
It's
down,
too far away.
one thing I think
I'm out of range.
No, what? When tide
no,
comes
when the
down.
tide comes down, you don't see big fish as much.
Not enough rage.
Because they
Need
kind
more
of
rage. Not enough rage.
they're like sitting on like, especially when the tide's coming up, the current is stronger. That's why
Need
they
more
sit.
rage. Not enough rage.
They like to sit on the snag because it keeps them like they don't have to expend as much energy to kind of be in the strike zone because the snag is the place to wait for the bait fish to come into.
Right.
But because
In low tide, you said? Low
no,
tide.
high tide.
Oh, high tide. Yeah,
But
okay.
because at high tide the flow drops, like the current drops, fish go. It's the current is what kind of creates that situation for. That's why
Ganking. For ganking.
people say like high tide's better than low tide, but not necessarily like that, but they tend to fish it more.
Greetings.
It tends to just be more like maybe it's just the bait fishing thing, but like I don't know. But I dare say like the fish when the big fish come out at low tide, where would they go? You know, like you could at least ask that question at the start. Where would they go? Because they are going somewhere. We know that. Like go to the Baron at low tide. I mean, I guess they'll be in the holes, right? Like they'll probably be in the holes.
Illuminate your path.
Like, they'll be closer to the mouth because
The big fish?
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Because
Yep.
Vishnu Allah, may the stars guide you.
Feel free to browse.
Yeah. That's deep. Oh, no.
Nah, because like say when
Yeah, because just in
say when
general,
it's
man.
the middle, like the dead low tide, there's kind of that the fish have already the bait fish are being cleared out of the river.
Del
In
Nadris.
a way, like
What
because it's
brings
made
you here?
when it drops,
Good luck,
it makes
friend.
it easier for
My
the bait
goods are of the
to pick up.
highest quality.
Say that again, sorry.
When the
Hello.
tide drops in the river, it makes it easier for the predators to kind of clean them up. Because when it's
Yeah,
high
right.
tide, there's
Because
more
just
current.
less space and shit.
Well,
There's
it's
just
also
less.
current because like low tide is less current. So
Yeah. Okay.
when
Yeah.
there's more current, the big fish can't just be constantly chasing bait fish. They gotta conserve energy. They gotta swim snags. But
Then the small fish have to conserve energy too, or not as much.
they don't have as much
Body mass
they
to
don't have as much like freedom because the big fish have more kind of
the big fish. Don't have freedom.
the smaller fish move with the current, like the whole flow more.
Right.
They're more susceptible to it. So like, it's like when you go prawning, you go prawning at the high tide, right?
Hmm.
Because they're pushed. They have no choice. They can't.
How
They
may
don't
I
have the
help?
autonomy of the big fish to be like, oh, go this section of the river, go up, go down. They have less autonomy to say. They kind of
Goddess watch over you.
go.
Ishnu Allah.
They're too small. Like they're pushed around. You know what I mean? Like
Be
The
careful.
small fish.
yeah,
Right.
like the bait fish. Because
Yeah.
the
So
bait,
that kind of goes against what you just said before, because you said the big fish will get worn out more, so they got to conserve their energy.
no, but
Or are
what
you saying
happens
that
is
plus?
when the tide drops, because the surface area is less, and there's going to be less bait fish by that time, because it's longer since they got pushed in, right? At the high tide.
The what, small fish?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
It's
yeah.
too far
yeah.
away.
But they've gone with the tide though, so it's not been as gruesome for them as
No, but you're saying why can't they just stay there? Like, they can, and that's the way you have to do that. But they're sitting ducks because they're like, because the big
I'm
fish
out
have
of
to eat
range.
more autonomy at low tide because it's so strong. Do they even have more? Like, you know when like when dolphins
right.
and they cook the fish up, where it's really shallow.
Need
So
more rage.
predators have that same kind of instinct that they do at low tides. There's only a certain amount of time where there's going to be a good amount of bait fish until the tide comes back in again, pushes them up at high tide.
Right.
Not enough rage.
Low
Need
tide,
more
they're
rage.
going to come out the river. They're at least going to come to the mouth of the river.
I need to get closer.
Or like
Not enough
the
rage.
river where there's like deep holes.
Hold on, let me just. There's small fish. Big fish.
Also, to get more in the high tide. Because that's where most of the fish they're already kind of.
Right.
So that's what a lot of it revolves around. Is kind of fish have like this sense of like. It's sort of like when the full moon comes, like they know to be
It's
on.
too far away. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. I need a target. More rage. Not enough rage.
That's why things like reefs, like you don't need unless it's like a shallow, like double island. Generally don't have to.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Like you know the rocks that hold barrel? You know how barrel have to sit in rocks?
Yeah.
You know the rocks out towards like Port Douglas? Like they're only good at high tide. So where did the barrel go at low tide?
Oh wow. You got my attention. Alright. Oh shit, dude. That's where she was. Don't fall, brother.
Can't do that.
Hit him, bro.
Not enough
Oh
rage.
fuck.
I need to
Don't run away.
target something first.
Pull him. There's a chest here, G. Let's get it. Come on. Oh shit, I pulled two, bro.
Need more rage.
Chat, I
Not
pulled
enough
two.
rage.
Come on. They're not responding. Wait, apparently I should get like alchemy and herbalism. That's what this one warrior guide said to do.
Yeah, it's easier. But finding it is something else.
Oh, let's go, baby! Yeah, yeah.
That's it. At high levels too, because you get the grenades.
Ah, I was hoping that would happen.
You know the dummies, right?
Ah, yeah.
They really save the play.
Not enough rage.
They save
Need more rage.
The dummies. Wait, what? Sorry? Grenades. Oh, yeah.
I've heard like everyone's good as well. But when you're level 60, you're like. Especially if you go self.
What's that? Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Oh, frick. No, I gotta stop doing that risky shit, man.
Not enough rage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Should I get gun? A gun too? I mean, is that a secondary or that's not a secondary? That's like an essential. Now look, I got because I got this gun, pellet rifle. So that's just on my offhand, right? Like that's not like a primary. It's not. That's weaponry, right, or whatever you call it. Gun. Where'd I go for that? Here. Hold on, is there another chest there? There's another. There's another rare up here too. See, yep. I guess maybe it's not. Oh.
If you don't see guns, should be under weapons.
Yeah, it's a good way to pull with a warrior.
I'm out of range. Not enough rage.
Hey, what's that?
More rage. Not enough rage.
I think it might be crossbows.
Yeah.
They're in essence.
I need to get closer.
You can kite. I can just kite with hamstring, eh? Oh, another gun.
I think in general, like, I just reach out your options.
Need more rage.
Remember that time we went really fought that eagle ray? Pretty big eagle ray.
Maybe.
But there was those fellas out fishing a bit further than us, in line with the end of the sand. the other side of Matrix side?
Can't remember.
Or still like?
I don't know if it ever happened.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
But stingrays, they're just bottom feeders. So why would you expect to find predators where
Not enough
Right,
rage.
where it's
Need
deep.
more
Is
rage.
that what you're saying?
So that's a river now.
It's
really
too far
wide.
away.
It's always gonna have deeper paths, right? And that's probably gonna be like it's like
Not enough rage.
like when I was in Gold Coast, I was fishing this place where they're like it turns out it's just the heat of that's how like easy it is to kind of fall for that. It doesn't mean you can't catch the odd like random fish. But
Fuck, should I risk it?
it actually kind of makes it good for certain fish, like grunt carp. You get a lot of grunt carp. Like in the Esplanade flats.
Fuck. I'm this way, bro. I'm this way. How are you gonna cast me from there? Let's go. I have a feeling I shouldn't do this.
Need more rage.
remote there, chat.
I'm out of range. Not enough rage. I need to get closer. It's too far away. I can't do that.
Oh, how many itches?
No, this fella better not get this freaking loot, man.
Oh, everything's meant to come up, bro. Spot. Oh, yeah, I might get some hungry greatness. Can I run you or?
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Attack it, brother. What are you doing? Out of my drawer. Yeah, that's it. It's far out. Hello. Yeah, that's a storm. Oreo, please. Try to get the app. Do shaking wind. Just go Oreo storm. If they don't have it, just like frozen Coke or something, eh?
Meth, there's a place called Narpine Hold. There you'll find Grimoire Wandering. Just with Duststalker, he has a slightly increased chance to drop greens, but nothing else. I wasn't lucky this time either. Black Moss the Fetid. Okay, so our final and highest level rare is called Black Moss the Fetid, and you will find him on the bank of Wellspring River. So if you start from Wellspring Lake, head north on the eastern bank, you will eventually find him. I'm not sure if he roams, he seems to be in one space here, he might do, I'm not too sure on that. The reason this rare I would probably consider the best in Teldrassil is because he drops a quest item of in a very similar fashion to Duststalker. Further on Lake Alameth, there's a place called Gnarlpine Hold. There you'll find Grimoire Wandering. Just with Duststalker, he has a slightly increased chance to drop greens, but nothing else. I wasn't lucky this time either.
Let's go Grimoire. Oh fuck dude.
Black Moss the Fetid.
Don't parry my bro. Don't parry my bro.
Okay, so our final and highest level rare is called Black Moss the Fetid, and you will find him on the bank of Wellspring River. So if you start from Wellspring Lake, head north on the eastern bank, you will eventually find him. I'm not sure if he roams, he seems to be in one space here, he might do, I'm not too sure on that. The reason this rare I would probably consider the best in Teldrassil is because he drops a quest item, which is called the Moss Twined Heart. Taking this quest will lead you to the eastern shore of Lake Al-Ameth to a guy that you will have already done quests for previously. I think he has a quest to go capture some seedlings. I'm not too sure. It's been a while since I've done Teldrassil, but
Unless
I can't carry anymore.
Hamstring.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough. I'm out of range.
Oh! Look what I just got. It's got this green red linen robe. Miss.
It's too far away. I can't do Not I need to get closer. I'm out of range. Not enough rage. More rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I don't have a target. It's too far away.
but nevertheless, as I'm showing here,
I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
That's why we chose to take the river, which is really the only natural way to get across the massif. You okay?
I need to target something first.
It's dry season.
I need a target. I can't do that. I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Is on our first major expedition. The first the river dips into the Sweeping Valley, disappears from sight.
I don't have a target.
In unknown directions down the map, but we have our images from Google Earth showing something green, a forest. It's not very clear. The river's there, it's on the map, but then it disappears. Only to reappear a few hundred meters away.
Yes, they are. No, these are your ones.
Yeah, they're alright, but they have like syncing problems. Like you know how like the audio sounds weird sometimes because you're connected to like two different things. Could be OBS as well.
It's just the flares where it's very hard to get through without too much difficulty.
But then you say they're like, you should say they're like inside.
Evidence is how strong the current can get when it starts to
Yeah.
Why does that mean?
It's not simple. It's a sharp China and we don't know if we can get through. This particular section looks a little too hard. There's an enormous tree trunk that's stuck. I'm going to go over it to see what's ahead on the bend. The truck is not stable. Don't want to fall in the water. But can't see back there. I'm sure we can get through.
I don't have a target.
200 meters further, continuing on dry land becomes impossible. The only solution is to get in the water and be carried by the current. We don't have a choice. Support just in case.
You get the grate.
It's hardcore realms are fine.
Hey. Oh.
So the dice is it's hard to say. Maybe less. But it was quiet. Scary. My head got something.
Okay.
You know those memes like those paper mache memes?
So which one?
You know those
Just the storm just over here. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. That must be my greatness. That's chat. Chat, look. Gloria Storm. Let's go, chat.
It will be a little stressful, but you don't need to worry. Generally speaking, we always have enough time to anticipate. What's going to happen is that anytime we get to such an area, I'll stop, I'll get out of the boat, then I'll go to see what lies ahead to decide if we want to cross the rapids or if we have to go on foot. Yesterday, we saw we could get through, so this morning we're going to try it. There's a first rapid that's pretty rough, but after it's crisp and safe. Be sure to use your voice if you need to call something out. Only use the whistle if there's a big problem, okay?
Can you put it on this?
Do you want to watch it? No, it's okay.
Bam.
Not enough rage.
Bam.
I need to get closer. It's too far.
Ready, watch what?
I'm out of
What? Oh. Oh. Damn. Alright.
That was a great video.
It's great.
No, let's do that. I'm just scared. Sit there with the bleeding. Such a good fish. What do you think you got? 35 wheeler.
Sorry, out.
It's too far away.
One times.
Oh, he's up next. That's a good fish.
More rage. Not enough rage. More rage. Not enough rage. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. I need to target something first. Inventory is full.
Oh.
Oh, so good. And then biggest finger mark. Obviously shot my first one yesterday as well. So this fish was super cool. Dive down around 4 kilos down. He sort of jumped down, and then I've just poked off to the right a little bit, and the jump right. I shot it. And Tim said my game goes scooped out the slightly bigger one. That's nice.
Well, that's gold. Hit it. This is what we come for.
So good.
Gold, mate. From there, we only had one fish left to target, and that was the barramundi. Shrek's never shot a barra before, so we head down the creek and decided we're going to target some barramundi. Honestly, these places can be a little scary. You lay north, and crocodiles are a certainty in the areas like this. First time I was creeping on the bottom, a bit dirty, a bit dark, and just as I was creeping along that sand, I looked to my right, I saw a big school of big barra, and I spooked it and they took off. Oh, I thought I blew my chance of shooting one of these fish. Called Shrek over, we dove together. As we're creeping on the bottom, a whole bunch of small cavallas swam in front of me. I looked through them and I noticed off in the distance a really nice barra. You could only just make out his fin and his tail. Oh, I aimed up, pulled the trigger as he was disappearing.
Oh.
Like crazy, nuts, and you just shot it.
Spearing barramundi.
Not enough rage.
Threw the barra back in the boat. Shrek and I swam again along the bottom. Saw him reach out, line up and shoot. I was stoked until I came up and realised he'd shot a slavey. Dirty water messed him up, and he nailed himself a nice snake. Very funny. We laughed and laughed. We headed further up the creek to see if we could find ourselves another barramundi. Honestly, Shrek at this stage was absolutely crapping himself, and fair enough, because this is the place where I've come from. Yeah.
Look where that freaking spear is.
No, it's different.
You and Shrek a little bit of coaching how to hunt with a small gun in really dirty water. Took myself up to a snag that we found just up this creek. Without really any fears, ran headlong into the snag. Fortunately, no barra. Head along the mangroves. Looking just a little bit spooked, trying to stay on the bottom.
Kind of looks like possible.
Seen and shot barramundi in the past. First couple dives there through the camera, but I followed Shrek down, and this dive creeps along the bottom. Off in the distance, I could see a nice fish. It's trying to make it out. Shrek pulled the trigger, shot himself a really nice mango jack. Not the fish we're looking for, and getting really late, and I thought maybe we're just going to miss this opportunity for Shrek to actually shoot himself a barramundi. but we had one more spot. Literally our very last spot as the sun was just about behind the horizon. I thought for sure we missed the opportunity for Shrek to get his barramundi, but we had to just keep going till it was dark. We've been away from approaching. I'm trying to work it out approaching. We only got like 1 or 2 guys in us. Unfortunately, this spot the current was absolutely foggy. Couldn't even get close to swimming against it. So I was trying to line myself up to be able to dive into it with the cave. We dove together and crept along the bottom. Oh man. Finally crept myself up. Pointed it at the tree. Pointed it out. I saw the side of
Need more rage.
shot himself a barrel. Oh man, he was laid up. Swung to try and second shot it, and I missed. I was trying to get a second shot into this fish. I thought there's no way we could lose it. It would be a disaster.
Not enough. Need more rage. Can't do that yet.
All emotion just exploded. 2 days of searching.
I need to get closer.
Brother, hit it.
Not enough rage. carry anymore.
Jonesy, what's happening here? She's back. First trip out with the new motor. It's only been 150 years since we went diving in this beach. She back, Jones. She back. Grace is back. Space to put any fish in the yeah. Oh, get ready.
Can't do that yet. Not enough range. Need more rage.
Jonesy did, oh my god. Fish. Every different type of trevally. Days I did, it's got to be fishy. The next dive Jonesy did landed on a big school of giant trevally. He waited, looked around, didn't see anything else. On a 15 to 20 kilo giant trevally. Fortunately, he stoned it outright. Tough start the morning. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. Nice banger. Makes a good curry, that fella. Days. Jonesy chucked that GT in the boat, reloaded his gun and continued to drift. You can always tell it's going to be shark day when sharks are meeting you on the surface before you even dive. Jonesy dove. As he was heading for the bottom, he came down to a big school of eagle rays. These are such cool fish.
I need to get closer.
Nice job fishing that in. Jonesy and I swapped over. I loaded my gun and I was only in the water for a short period of time when I saw some stingrays at the surface. This time of year we can often see cobia under these stingrays, so I did a quick dive to see. No stingrays to be seen, but as I got to the bottom I looked up. So frustrated. Need more range. Suspension after closure. On the surface and they still GT swung off, but in came a big ultra valley mixed with a really cool, massive fish, massive schools. Amazing to see them this time of year. Surge and was trying to swim under the bottom, and I didn't notice, but above my head was a big jobfish. I didn't notice it until I watched this footage back at home. I got surged forward and I got squeezed up behind a rock, grabbed the hold of that rock and stayed there, pretty off in the distance. Really big jobfish. And all of a sudden above me came a really terrible gut shot. Chased by a shark. I thought I was going to lose. Fighting it so gently.
Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Fortunately, Jones came out and solved it.
Inventory is full. Not now. It's too far away. I can't more rage.
As he headed to the bottom, seeing fish, and it's amazing how just shooting one fish can make such a difference. Looks to his right, here comes a bull shark straight away. Fends it off, gives it a nudge away. Followed by another whaler. One fish getting shot, boom, shark's hit straight off. Current was getting really strong, so the drifts were quite short. Next drift was mine. myself a nice mood. Make sure I pulled that thing up before any sharks ate it. Next drift journey down to the bottom. Saw a really big jobfish. This one looked like it was actually a little bit more friendly, and he scratched and cracked and scratched.
Not enough rage.
Deer, different, the sharks eat everything. Absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted. This is my drift. Looked up to see a
Inventory is
8 kilo
full.
dog shit tuna swim past. Here in our local Brisbane waters, unbelievable. Didn't want to name it, stayed a bit wide. Never saw it again. Quickly breathed up and dove again before the end of my drift. Hope to see that dogtooth tuna got to the bottom. Another massive school of red bass. Look to my left, in came small jobfish. Not quite the fish I wanted, was hoping for another one of those big jobbies.
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
Hit the bottom then. Small jobfish, no big ones. He just waited and looking for a big jobfish on his way. Shark we see sometimes, but species. Income 100. Amazing to see down here in our local waters. We see them every now and then, but this one's loving those warm waters here in Brisbane. Did you find that clipping in harass? Heaping jobfish, red bass. All through the day, cop showers and storms. It turns out another drift. First time he hit the bottom, wasn't focused on fish, he was focused on an old rusty spear.
I need to get closer.
Back in. or they're back of the reef. In fact, I landed a fair way off the back of the reef, waiting quite deep water, and realised that there's only 12 jobfish there. Thinking, you know what, down here for about the first spot, things have got quiet. I found a nice little jobfish. Jobfish sashimi, so good. Jonesy had first dive on the new spot. Got to the bottom and it was so fishy. Big Queensland groper looking at him, every different type of trevally, surgeon fish. He was laying on the bottom getting surged a little bit by the swell. He noticed off in the distance there was a really nice little cod.
Not enough rage.
By the end of all of that, Jones volunteered me to go and try and rescue his sharks from fish. And you hear the drum, I wasn't real happy. Got near the bottom, all I could see was bull sharks swimming underneath me. I landed a mile away from where the fish was on the bottom and honestly pulled my knife out, cut that line, with my spear. Jones should have done better. Nearly at a time we had one more spot to dive. I jumped in. I'd been boating for Jones for the last hour, trying to rescue his fish, and I headed to the bottom. I was hoping to see a mixed school of surgeons and some snapper. But I got to the bottom and realised the surgeons weren't real thick. Turned around to notice a really nice tusk fish just cruising along the bottom. First thing I noted was it actually had an old spear wound in its back. I crept forward because I knew what it was all about. Tried to keep my head down, creeping forward slowly. He was out of there. I took a couple of big kicks with the spear into his back. I knew the spear didn't go all the way through, but I figured I had a good enough shot into it. That thing smoked me. Let me tell you what's going through my mind right now. I've just berated Jones for the last 10 minutes for him getting his fish stuck in the bottom. I just thought I better not get my fish stuck. I unhooked and unhooked and unhooked, trying to make my way to the surface. And as I worked, fortunately for me, I just kept that tusky out of the bottom. Hit the surface, I could see that my spear hadn't gone all the way through. Jones retrieved my knife. I finished off that tusky and made sure of it.
First day out the boat. Oh, we struggled, lost 3 spears to sharks, big cod, disastrous efforts. But beautiful task to finish today. Thank you for everyone who was allowed to go before. Hey, for me, appreciate that. Me. It'll be me. Oh, beautiful critter. That's the fish. That's dinner. Happy. Very cool. Hey, thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for liking, thanks for subscribing. Don't forget to listen to our live gear, some of this gear. Jump online or go on store to Jono. Hit spear, 10% discount. There you can get it right there. Hey, thank you always for commenting, sharing. Telling everyone about our channel, we really appreciate it. And enjoy this one. Yeah.
he said the water was actually not too bad on the bottom yesterday, really. So, right out, mate. Get the building up, boys. Gotta do it. That is just good strong. Need to put myself back in the boat. So, but get it. Hopefully, make it work. Watch the fish. Target the fly. Well done. That's what I really love. Fishing. I love down here. Yeah, cruise with this area. Campfires and everything else. Enjoy it. Drop the anchor. The water for about 10 seconds and I can see a tree off the bottom. I can see a bit of water just sitting up off the bottom. Really nice fish. After the dive, literally.
Hey. No, that's Kimmy's. I bought that for her. Like to pay for the one that I ate that was hers. But it'll probably be okay. Let me ask her.
Mettez les masques, mettez les masques. Mettez les masques. Il y a du partout. Voilà.
Okay, gentlemen, you understand the rules you fight. Then listen to me at all times. Keep yourself protected. When I say stop, you stop. If you want to touch, do it now. God bless.
Let's go! Here we go. Here we go. Wow. I'm done.
undisputed UFC title.
Okay, gentlemen, you understand the rules you're fighting. Then listen to me at all times. Keep yourself protected. When I say stop, you stop. If you want to touch, do it now. God bless.
Let's go! Here we go. Here we go. Wow.
Hands up, hands up.
Oh, man. Let's go.
That pandemic look in his eye. Khamzat Chimaev at long last fighting for an undisputed.
True. Where? Oh wait, Kim, do you want half of that bacon deluxe? Nah, not allowed now. Well, if you log out while in stealth, will you log back in stealth? Come on. Late night fish. Woo-hoo-hoo. Come on now. Come on now. Wait, what's that? What do you got there? Nah. Come back. Oh wait. No, is it because I bought that for Kimmy, because I ate her that connoisseur. So if you want some, you gotta ask her.